Alright. Let's go ahead and get started. Good evening for, well, I guess just about everyone at this point, really. Even for those across the seas, it's more nighttime than daytime. There's probably somewhere where it's daytime, like Japan or something, where they're like a day ahead. But, yeah. Even if I have had a few hours recently, which is good, but not good enough, but better than nothing. And I've got unemployment going again, but oh, there is the Suika. There is the good boy. There is the cute Tsune. Pat, 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 pat. Pat, 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 pat. Pat, 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 pat. Pat, pat. Welcome, y'all. I'd say how unexpected, by which I mean completely expected. And yes, doesn't mean I'm not going to shout you out, though. I still need to get the thing that plays a clip going at some point. I keep forgetting about that, unfortunately. Suika is an adorable little bean with a moo boyfriend, similar to my moo girlfriend. Uh, Difference being that Suika is Scottish. Yes, but yeah, my shift basically got cut today, so I'm just gonna work on stuff that I should have been working on. Technically speaking, I have done most of the grind off screen, but I still have some pieces to pick up. Just that most of those pieces are in post-game areas, so I'll be going through those one by one. I've basically got a collection list of things to do as we work towards the final areas, including fighting both ghosts of enemies we have defeated before, and fighting a few new bonus bosses. For much of this, but not all of it, I will be using, while I initially work through each of the areas, I will have the Buster Max turned off, but when grinding for chips, I'll have it turned on just for ease with the grind. Fortunately, I don't have to 100% all of Megaman's power-ups, which would cost a crazy amount of Zenny, but I do need to get all the chips, so I'll get to see how things go. I do apologize for not really streaming this week. I've been increasingly out of it due to lack of work and other things that I've been needing to manage. So this at least partly makes up for it, and I do need to get back to other things. But anyway, let me go ahead and kill the music. Dim the lights. And let's get started. I also have a friend who, as I mentioned on Twitter, will be having a Battle Network tournament. Although they're having a few issues with that, I'll be giving them a shout out later.
Have any dreams? Us robots mostly dream of electric sheep.
Shut up, Hub.
We got this!
Something that is extremely confusing, by the way, is the fact that this game doesn't have a traditional undernet. Now, to clarify, and it's mentioned earlier in the game, is the fact that the undernet is basically like an evil version of the internet. It's sort of like the dark web, but much more easily accessible. So hello, Panbor. Headpats for the lizard. The issue being that while the undernet is properly referred to as such in later games, and while you can see what section of the internet you're on in later games in the series, it's all just internets 1 through 15 on here, which means that trying to refer to where you are is a pain in the ass. Where am I? Undernet 7? Oh, I'm looking for like Internet 12 or some shit. Ah. Anywho. Hi, Dad. Just gonna use your government computer to go to the dark web. Don't mind me. Just need to destroy God with my twin brother. That away. This is one of those times where I really wish I had a, I'm only slightly kidding, that's Mega Man 2. This is one of those cases where I really wish I had 3 monitors, one for the stream, one for the game, one for information. So I'm not always going to be able to see chat while I'm referring to stuff they've got on another screen. Because I've got just like a giant list of stuff I need to access and get, as well as the map. And then obviously bouncing to, you know, the game. Let me pop this over here. Okay, this is Internet 9, aka Undernet 5? 5. Yes. Which also has one of the examples of a ghost navi we need to defeat. Fortunately, this isn't too much of a pain to navigate. I don't believe I need any specific chips in this one, no. Outside of taking care of this. Had I a little bit more time, I would have researched how to... Had I a little bit more time, I would have researched how to data manip / RNG manip the ghosts to show up. So I might occasionally go and see how to do that later. Fortunately, none of you will be missing any story beats, since this is firmly post-game. What a weird and wacky place to get that ship. How do y'all like little guts? Mine. I think it's over here. I don't think I needed that. I think I just need the third version of that. Yeah. If I was smart, I would have, like, printed off the maps or something. Actually, I guess I can pull up the list on my phone or something. But I'll still have to, like, access to maps by alt-tabbing. Lily and Gray may pop in to hang out and sit in with me later, but not right now. There we go. Clown Man, version 2. Is about to get hit by something that he probably could never have predicted. How about you have a bit of Joker poison? Sorry, not Clown Man, Color Man. Clown Man comes later. And now I have to hunt down his ghost at least 2 more times. Yay! Okay, let me see if there's an easy way to manip him. Each of the bosses that you defeat in the game has a ghost that shows up later. You have to randomly encounter them like you would any other boss. Or like you would any other enemy in the game. What is this manip that involves 2 to 3 different saves? But even... And this one may depend on your folder. Okay, we're just going to hope we run into him. Okay. I was really hoping that would be him. That would have been hilarious. Yeah, screw your armor, get poisoned. Okay, I'll try this once. I didn't quite do that right. Nope. Alright, I'm not going to keep trying for a manip, so we're just going to keep running and hope we run into this guy. Because there is no easier way to... Wait, I think there's a merchant I need to talk to in this area, too. Unfortunately, Buster Max does not help with these guys. I do not need to talk to anyone else in this area. let's actually try this. Okay, save in that spot. Load the game. Right, left to wall. Save in weird corner. It would have been hilarious if that was him. Nope, that ain't it. That ain't it, Chief. Some of these manips are so jank. I have pulled them off before, too. There's like a super easy one with Elect Man. Not quite. Okay, I mean, we're just gonna be running around until we find him, since that's not working out. Okay. You can maybe see why I decided to do this on an off stream rather than having this as an actual stream. You may think, oh, this is just completion. You don't actually need to do all this, right? Wrong. Because you see, in the Battle Network series, the post-game is intrinsically linked to completion. You may not need all the, like, HP memories and power-ups and whatnot, but you do need all the chips. Maybe I... Am I saving in the wrong spot there? I'm saving in the right spot. Kind of awkwardly left and down when I hit that. Then it just gets kind of janky. Okay, last attempt at manipping this, I swear. Damn it. Okay. What's hilarious is I am clearly triggering battles at specific sections. So part of this is working, it's just clearly not giving me the fight I want, so... Oh well. Do I have the blue mystery data from over there? Oh, I needed to test to see if I could put down more than one Anubis at a time anyways. I cannot. Okay, that's what I figured. This is usually a very difficult chip to get, especially later in the series. Obviously, it is very, very powerful and very, very useful. In fact, I'm technically not supposed to have it at this point in the game, but I got it from the chip trader. Not once, but twice. Which also saves me on a lot of grind later. Hopefully the manips for... Oh, I already picked this up, yeah. Hopefully the manips for the other ghosts they need to encounter later aren't as bad. You know, I should probably, like, actually put up something for each leg of this, like what I'm currently doing. There. Part of me wants to keep trying to manip just because ghost hunting drives me crazy, but... Like, don't get me wrong, I like the notion of ghost hunting. I like the concept of a boss you've beaten, but harder, just haunting the internet for you to randomly run into. And in later games... Well, at least on the initial encounter with them in later games, they at least fully refill your health. The static encounters. I don't think so much the random encounters. My irritation is that since everything is intrinsically tied to completion, you need to not only get those random encounters, but you need to get those at near perfect busting levels so that you get their chips. And even then, it's RNG. Later games in the series do theoretically make some things easier. Later games have something called sub-chips. Since basically this is the only game in the series that makes it so that you automatically heal in between battles, which is why the power plant was a bit of an issue. Fortunately, it wasn't for me since I got through it alright. But it could be a nightmare for kids, I'd imagine. But since you no longer heal in between battles, they introduced something called sub-chips. Sub-chips basically do a number of different things. There are healing sub-chips that let you heal out in the field, so you don't have to worry about no longer being able to heal in between battle. There's unlocker sub-chips, which basically just serve to give you special drops from specific mystery data across the internet. There's sneak run or stealth run sub-chips, which make it so that weak enemies no longer appear. Which mean that, theoretically, you should only be running into really hard virus fights. I'm not sure about the specifics of that, or, you know, Navi ghosts, if you're hunting them. There's locate enemy, which makes it so that you have a higher likelihood of running into the last enemy you ran into, which is good for hunting specific viruses or, you know, Navi ghosts, but still RNG. As well as Untrap, which just makes it so that mystery data doesn't have a random chance of having viruses in it, which can also be very good at getting certain chips or just money grinding. I'll try the data manip like once every half hour or so. This would be another reason why it would have been a good idea to, like, print physical maps for myself to reference, because then I could draw, like, the exact paths for the manips. Also, between grinding for the chips that I needed outside of the undernet sections and doing a separate grind for Princess Shadow Rose's Battle Network 3 tourney. How dare you, sir? I basically got the internet music from this game ingrained in my brain. Something else weird and slightly annoying is the fact that this game doesn't tell you what the enemies are actually called. I don't know why. It does in later games. You know what I should do? I should start like a bloody timer just to show how long I'm hunting each of these bastards. There, now we have a stopwatch for it. Let me pull OBS back up. Also, something of note is the fact that it's not good enough to encounter each of these ghost navis the one time outside of their static encounter. You have to encounter their ghosts, the random ghosts, at least twice. Once for the second version of their chip, and the second time for their third version of the chip. And those chips are still RNG. You still need to do good enough to get the chip drops. Anubis is so good that they nerfed it in later games and turned it into a program advance. Or at least made it so that that version of it is that good, is program advanced. In 15 minutes, we'll try for the manip again. So aside from finding the static encounter and realizing, okay, now I need to hunt for the ghost in this section of the internet, you need to randomly hunt down the ghost and beat it perfectly, not just once, but twice. Technically, you don't need to beat it perfectly both times, but if anything, that makes it worse. Because if you beat it perfectly the first time and get the rank 3 drop, then okay, now you need to do worse and get the rank 2 drop the second time, or vice versa. And that's assuming you get the drops, because the drops are still random. You aren't guaranteed to get a chip no matter how good you do. even when RNG manipulating, it still took me like a half hour to get both the chips I needed from Megaman, because I kept getting Zenny from him. There's probably somewhere that tells you what the exact percentage each fight is. I think in most sections of the internet, the, like, RNG for encountering a specific arrangement of viruses is, like, 12.5% or something. Which makes me wonder exactly how the ghost navies factor into that particular equation. It's like, do they have a 12.5% chance of being encountered? Do they now have a less than 12.5% encounter because they're adding themselves on top of the viruses? Are they replacing one of the potential virus spawns? How does that work? I don't know, and I'm not bothering to look into it. I just know I'm going to be perusing this area for a while, and I hope I get lucky with the ghost drops when I eventually encounter the ghosts. In the meantime, I have tea to sip. Do 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 do. I feel like I'd also like the internet theme a bit more in this game if it didn't have the preamble. Because most of the time you aren't actually listening, due to the battles that you get, because, you know, it's an RPG, most of the time you aren't actually listening to the internet theme. You're listening to the Welcome to the Internet preamble. Look at how internet we are. And since the music restarts after every battle, I'd have to be standing still for you to actually listen to it. Especially in this game where I don't have sneak run. I don't think that's an issue that any of the games really fix. It took me a while to hunt down the chips for those guys. Oh well. They also caused a bit of grief due to weird naming conventions. In addition to the internet versus internet naming trouble that this game has, especially with the guides, there's the fact that the guide I use mostly... I don't want to say mostly, but has a bunch of cases where it uses the Japanese names for the viruses as opposed to the English name for the viruses. For example, what do you think these floating head enemies are called? That's right, in English they're called headies. Very unoriginal, but at least you know what you're talking about. In Japanese, they're called, like, Megalion. Mega Livion or something like that. Part of the issue is that the guide I'm using also has some typos. So I thought I was hunting like some weird offshoot of the life virus for a while, because it was like hunt the Mega Live virus. She's like, the fuck are you talking about? Part of me wonders if I do just need to mess with my folder positions, because I feel like I am getting the trigger for the data manip in roughly the same area. Just, obviously, I'm getting viruses instead of Color Man. It's just weird that this specific one needs you to have, like, a specific folder. Glad your Unity work is finished. Good job. Congrats. Yes. Be a good pup and get some nap. Let me just toss a blanket over your cage. I'm greatly annoyed that these two things just came down at different times. Theoretically, I could also just punch a bunch of these chips into the chip trader and hope I get lucky. Or in this specific game, I could just save scum it, but that would be boring as fuck. Even more than what I'm already doing here. Technically, it's already been more than half an hour because Suika raided like 37 minutes ago. That's also a double deletion, so I don't know why it only gives me a busting rank of 10. Oh my gosh, stop giving me these things. At least not until later, where I need their stronger variants. And to be clear, it's not area-based. It's not like things would help if I went to, like, that side of the screen. It's just this general internet area. I could just run around in circles if I want to have the same effect. Mostly just running up and down because it's slightly more interesting. One moment. Because me running up and down like that is a bit more interesting than me running in literal circles like this. I think I would have encountered him at least once, but no. It's weird. Annoying. Okay. Let's see what I need to do with my library, and while I'm pulling up that, let me go ahead and give Princess a shout out, who will be hosting that tourney later. He is a vampire femboy cat VTuber. He's been playing stuff like Helldivers, that one Ark game that isn't Survival Evolved, I don't remember the name of, been working through the Yakuza series, etc. And he's been working on setting up a Battle Network 3 tourney. Folder chip slots 25, 5, 28, 15, 12. The fuck are you talking about? Actually, I think that's just telling you what chips are going to be in the fight. So what's currently in my folder isn't working. Like, I'm not going schizo or anything. I did actually fight and beat Color Man. Yeah. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try something real quick. I have not had to do this for any other ones, but I'm going to try and log in and out to, like, totally reset the area. Which shouldn't be needed for this specific game. But, you know, just in case. Who knows, maybe I'll get lucky and run into him while getting to the other area. On the bright side, this is helping my Zenny grind. Not that I need everything, but it'll help. Incidentally, the fact that the timer factors in to the busting rank gives a fair amount of grief when it comes to certain viruses that like to show up as individuals rather than groups. Which means you basically can't get the ranks you need for them unless you're, like, frame perfect. Or run into them in groups. Just had to mark something real quick. Okay, let's try and get... I was gonna say, let's try and get one more encounter in this area, but at this point we might end up getting two just because I want that Zenny. It's not Zenny, but okay. Okay. Save there, load, instantly. Down left until you hit the wall, down, awkwardness. And hang left before you hit the corner. Oop. Ah. That's definitely not it then. Maybe it's because I'm running and they're walking. I feel like that shouldn't be it. I'm pretty sure it's based on steps taken, so it shouldn't matter if I'm running so long as I'm accurate, but... Can't exactly say I'm being 100% accurate. It's not even giving me the same thing that I do there. Am I missing a particular step here? Oh, they jet right for a little bit. Okay, that's... Okay, let's try and reset that one more time, and then I'll go back to randomly grinding for the next half hour. Dang it. Okay. And we'll try to nip back in another half-hour mark. Also, hello, my lovely Lily. Head pats and smooches for my little girl. Hope you're doing well. Here's another one that might work. Enter Internet 5 from Internet 9, save, reset. Internet 5 from Internet 5? What? What do you mean Internet 9 from Internet 5? Oh, I see. Okay, that's from over there. That wants me to do it from over there. That might be a bit of a pain to get to, but I mean, it's certainly better than hunting for fucking hours. I don't think I can actually get to Internet 5 from here, but we'll see. Since I may be locked down. Nope, okay. This is fine. Save, reset. Hold run down right until wall is hit. Save, reset. Hold run right until corners hit. And then walk instead of running, which ends up in roughly the same area. That worked. That worked like a fucking charm. Huzzah! And now you die, you ugly piece. Gosh darn it, it was at it. See what I mean? The bright side is we get one that works. The curious part is the fact it takes you to the exact same spot, though. I did not want them to go there, but that's fine. Okay, Color Man 3 again. Now to do that again. It's going to screenshot if someone else asks about this later. Now we just need the V2. Haha, works like a fucking dream. This is why we try to RNG manip, so that we can just do this instead of running around for hours. The downside is, now that we've done basically perfect, we basically need to get a middling rank. That might be too good. Nope, that's perfect, okay. Great, perfect, prime, done and dusted. I can wipe those off my required list. On to Undernet 6. Which is also where I think there's something else I need to pick up there. Let me pull up the map. Undernet 6 is also Internet 10, just to really confuse you. Oh yeah, I've got a couple of things to pick up there. By the way, Color Man is taken care of. This is where the Undernet starts getting weird. Each of these areas effectively has a requirement to get to the next area. This area has a requirement that you just don't use an escape chip in this area. Fortunately, there's a chip you can only really get by trading away all possible escape chips, so... Granted, you can get random escape chips from the trader, which I have done, but... hey. Being able to move on to areas from here depends on how well you fight. Best not to show your back to the enemy around here. Duly noted, suspicious Navi. Let's see, there are also 2 chips I need to get around here. Neither of which are from these rats, which is weird, because I thought I need to get something from a rat. Ah well, the rats will die. Anyways. Oh yeah, I can hide the Hunting Color Man ghost for now. Hey kid, wanna see my stash? Oh, nice aqua armor. Steel A, that's actually kind of tempting, if not for the fact that we're gonna lose a bunch of Zenny here. Now that I am effectively out of money. Fortunately, that puts me at level 77 when I need to be at level 70 at minimum, so that should be fine. One moment. Someone DM'd me and I just need to check stuff. It's not properly visible on my phone, so I have to check my Discord. Sorry, just having to respond to something real quick. I love it when Discord search randomly does not work. Alright, yeah, Discord's just broke at the moment, as they should be considering their current crap. Okay. Okay. 'Ah, good, just what I needed. Fortunately, I only need ranks 8 to F for you. Die. Damn. That's not good. I'm fairly certain I had passed that gate before. That means I might have to redo those every time I come into the area. Hmm. Two things I need. Hmm. And none of the chip drops. Great. Getting plenty of ice cubes that I don't need. Plenty of ice cubes I don't need. Oh no, that leads to that. Where does that lead to? Oh, that leads to Internet 11 and 12. That leads to Internet 13, 14, 15, and 16. The fuck? Let me see how things connect. Okay. Yeah, so those aren't perfectly linear, but I do need to go that way. Okay. Okay. But before that, I'm gonna get these chips. Ah, the one I want. Not the best deluxe for these. I checked up here, right? Right. That'd be 230. Let's see if a double delete helps. Dagnabbit. Yeah, that's 20,000. That ain't happening anytime soon. What are the drop rates, I ask you? Okay. Now we just need the other guy in a bubble. Nice quantity of Zenny, not enough for what I need, but hey. Theoretically, I could leave and rejoin the area. How dare you destroy my statue? They give me another bloody ice cube. Do I need to give that? Yeah, the bubble wrap I need again in this area. As opposed to the satellite, that one is specific to here. Ah, great. Well, I kind of mucked that up, but, got a rat. Don't think I need the rat. I did not need a rat. I could be doing each of these battles seriously and without Buster Max on, but you can imagine how much longer that would take. I guess I will have to come back through this area later, but... Oh, two of them. Even better. Okay, great. Just what I needed. Let me mark that off on my list. Okay. Not that way, that leads to the other one. Oops. Somehow managed to head away from this thing. Was heading to the right way and then forgot which direction I was going. I hate the time bombs in this game, but they do consistently large damage at least. Oh, lovely, second one of them. The time bombs in this game have two major disadvantages for them that get corrected later in the series. The first of which being the fact that an enemy can just walk into them, taking the damage while destroying it. As opposed to being a physical object that needs to be destroyed, kind of like the Anubis statue. Although I wouldn't be surprised if I saw a virus just walking into the Anubis statue in this game, to be honest. The second issue is, instead of being something that hits the entire screen, it instead rolls out like a wave, which means you can't get multiple deletions on it. At least not unless they're in the same column. Okay. For the next internet area, I must always be over busting level 3, which should be fine, more than fine. However, it's also another case where we've got a ghost to deal with. So... The internet also always gets a different vibe. Mostly gets a different vibe than the normal internet and the later games in the series, as opposed to looking freaking identical. You can't get by this area just by deleting viruses. You gotta do it with style. Oh, hi. Cowards will never make it through here. Okay. Great. Ah, good. I needed a Drain 2 chip. Aside from the boss, there are... Okay, that's happening tomorrow. Very good to know about. Okay, just got a notification I need to check real quick. But this is perfect because I need to fight those little buggy bastards. Damn you. Well, I got the double delete. It's weird seeing mystery data that close to each other. Even if they are separated by a bit of a wall. Just briefly checking chat. Ah, hello, there's the other one I need. Actually. And pay attention where that mine went, and I don't need to. Darn it, not what I need. This seems familiar. Fortunately, these are two enemies that can't move, so can't get fancy with the sword here. Okay, there's another one I wanted. Weirdly shaped area. Hey, another Invis 1, what the heck? Why? Give that blue mystery dat. Except it's green for some reason. Oh, two of you little bastards. Also, something weird is that these are basically the only enemies that can... Oh, lovely. These are basically the only enemies that can inhabit the same area. It's weird. By the way, the fact that these are aid ships is very useful for me because that means I can slot them into a sort of bad spot in my folder right now. You replace this Quake. $10K. Lovely. Fish. Well, that's the way out. But we got someone to deal with first. Hey, not you. Fucking fish. Okay, the exact same spot. I didn't even get to move. Okay, that's not how I was expecting that ship to work, but I'll take it. It is very weird that that is a screen-dimming chip. Hey, Bomb Man, you like bombs, right? Got a little crazy now that he has nowhere to move. I think that was in his territory. And above 3, lovely. Bomb Man. Would have been really bad if I got busting rank 2 for that somehow. Okay, let's see how to manipulate Bomb Man. Okay, from the next area, fortunately. Down and to the left. Down and to the right. Back up and to the left. Wow, that is dead simple. Okay. Watch as I fuck it up somehow. Okay, so watch as I screw it up somehow. Okay, go back up a little bit after that. That's why I forgot. No. Okay. Enter the area, run down and to the left. Say. Reload. Down to the right. Wall. Save. Reload. Back up and to the left. There we go. This one is a lot more vicious with his bombs. Might end up getting the Mark II at this rate. Bottom mid. Okay, one more Buster shot should do him in. Yep, there's Mark II. And let's set that up again. Another fucking ice cube. I think I moved it a little bit. We meet again. Roughly the same folder too. I'm keeping this any, even if I do have to reset after the fights, just because of stuff I need to buy later. Like, really, the fact that it gives me exact chip slots each time is the weirdest part of this. Like, I understand that it's part of the RNG manipulation, it's just weird. And there is Bomb Man 3. Let me mark those off my list. So far, so good. Things are going smooth. And there is only one Sir to worry about in the next area. Do I have the map for that pulled up? Not yet. You can't go on from here. Play around as much as you like, though. Thanks. That's a weird thing to say. $50,000 pain pickle. So we'll be checking each and every one of the corners. thousands, Eddie. Not great, but acceptable. Oh, hello there. Are you a big boy? Had to grind these guys up in the most unusual of places. Gosh darn. These guys, if memory serves, show up in the fucking Rocket server. So basically, you had to fight the final boss again in order to save getting the chip from them. Either that, or they're at, like, the very final World 3 server. I don't remember offhand. I'm going to crush you with a skull just because they'll shoot you to death. Tink. Oh, that was a guy, too. I guess there are two guys that pop up here they need, actually. Okay, in that case, I may welcome them running around, then. Ooh, M-Cannon L. Is that the last M-Cannon I needed? It is not, but I will still add it in. Yeah, I'll just get rid of Cloud here. Just gotta shoot y'all. Dynamite 2, lovely. One of the ones I needed. Anything down here? Cover 200, not that I needed. Well, really, I should put it in just to be safe, but where's the fun in that? I don't think I have mine in here. I can go wrong. What a suspiciously free-looking mystery data. That's right. Without any introduction, here is fucking Pharaoh Man. Doesn't even give you his name. He's just here. I have no idea how he's meant to function, so this will be interesting. I wish Anubis was a chip. But I will still put it down. Oh, that just shoots rocks at me. Pharaoh trap? I'm sorry, did this man just shoot hieroglyphics at me? I love how obvious the Pharaoh trap is. Oh, and I got an S rank on the poor guy, too. Hello, man. And behind all that is a fucking Night Sword D. Ooh, ooh. Actually, let me replace that dash. 3-row coffin laser. Is there anything in trivia that says what hieroglyphics are? Yeah, conceptualize have an operator who would wear a one-eyed mask and a green cloak. Idea was scrapped. They has no operator in the final game. Okay, I have no idea. I'll take someone take a screenshot of that from the VOD and see if you can figure out if it actually means anything. Either way, it means we're on the hunt for him, as well as that guy anime. Once I have the guy at ship, I'll look into how to manip him. Fortunately, there's only one entrance to this place, so I assume that kind of narrows it down a bit. Snake meat skull. That delay really got me. Instead of moving down, he just kind of stood in place for a moment. How do you spell Pharaoh? Oh, A-H, okay. That's right the first time, it just looks weird. G. Pharaohman G. Fortunately, we have a nice square to run around here. Ah, lovely. Just testing to see if they can destroy placements with their bombs. Yes. This would be great if any of these destroyed everything in one go. Hopefully this triple kill should make up for that hit I accidentally took. Unfortunately gave me a hurricane. Yeah, get these things from this specific undernet. Nope. At some point I need to go through all of my VODs and put timestamps, but you can imagine why I haven't bothered. It's a nice thing to do, but I don't have many viewers, and it's a massive pain in the ass. And I hate listening to myself. Ugh. A lot of people do. I wonder if I would get more viewers if I had less esoteric names. I mean, at least here on Twitch you see the category first. But on YouTube, eh. I mean, this is the guy who refuses to be S-ranked. See, what's the minimum rank I need for this chip? Ranks 5 to S, just that obviously the further down you get, the rarer the chip is. We'll look into RNG manipulating Pharaohman after we get the Gaia chip that I need. Oh, hi! We were just talking about you, sir. Archer. Poor Pharaohman. Well, that's version 3 done. That just leaves Gaia 2 as well as Pharaohman 2. Fitting. Ah, good. Double delete. Gosh darn it. Probably save just in case. Ah, good, 2 of the bastards. And there we go, now we just need Pharaohman 2. Ooh, Coco's streaming. Is Coco doing what I think she's doing? Okay. Right, for someone who wants to watch something more active on the side while I go through these, I will point you towards Inu Coco. Inu Coco, despite the name, is in fact a Leech VTuber. Currently, she is DMing a D&D game for the Crooked Moon campaign, made by the same people who did Legends of Evantris, uh, Beyond the Witchlight, etc., etc. Lily is a member of that game. This would be their second episode, technically session 1 after session 0. I'd encourage y'all to give her a look. And I'll pull her up myself just to give her a look. I lurk while I continue through this. I will not be letting Coco know I want to collaborate. That's not how this works. Okay. Okay, let's see. Pharaoh Man RNG manipulation. Like, I run into the dude? I run into the dude. Okay. That's a little weird, but okay. Up and to the right all the way. Nope. Well, that clearly didn't do it. Oh, and that's it. Okay. Well, it triggered a fight, but clearly I messed something up. Well, I'm consistently triggering a battle. I must just be up by like a step or two. They want me to walk rather than running. That might have been it. I love how I get these. It's It's also weird how I'm consistently getting these exact ships for these exact manips. It's a weird. I love it, but it's weird. Ah, hello, bot. I'll take care of you later. Oh. Oh. That's kind of cool. Like, no one's got to step on that, but that's kind of cool. Ooh, 6,000 Zenny. I'm keeping that, thanks. In fact, I'm half tempted to farm him, because 6,000 Zenny is a lot better than basically all the other bosses. I won't, but I may off-stream. It says 3 times as much as other bosses. Why did it have to be snakes? They're on fire for some reason. Yeah. No, that's a regular Pharaoh, man, damn it. It's also kind of weird how on some of these damage panels, sometimes there's a bit of a blur. Leastwise, since I need 50k for that thing down there. Like, it is 50k, right? Hold on, we're taking the detour. It's fucking 50k for that. I could buy the HP mem, but I'm not going to. I wonder if Buster Max is a speedrun category. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Okay, and there's Pharaoh Man 2. The answer to the question was apparently exactly one more time. Also, while you can get to him early, and I'm not sure if you're able to grab the mystery data, for whatever reason, he is sort of treated like one of the ghosts. Just that he has the requirement where you have to be at least level 70 to fight him, which is kind of weird. Maybe there's a door in the way, I don't know, I didn't come here earlier. That's not a joke, I legitimately don't know, I just know that you need to be level 70 to fight him. Nah. Okay. Okay, to the upper area. Back, and then to the upper area. Hi. I weren't expecting you. I'm very sad that didn't destroy all his bombs. Oh well. Thanks. Yay. Mosquitoes! Much better form of what I was trying to do before. This way. Okay. I guess I can turn off hunting Pheroman. There we go. Excuse me. Okay. Fortunately, this challenge is get the chips from all viruses in this area, which is what we're doing anyways. Yay! Pretty sure I only need to get one more of them, too. Since this should be under net 9. I think. Oh, hi. Here, the results are more important than the battle. Gotta get as many as you can. The fuck does that mean? Does that mean I can only get... Ooh, 8,000 money. That makes it sound like I can only progress if I get... It makes it sound like I only progress if I get chips from these. I guess we'll see whether or not that theory of mine is proven or not, depending on the phrasing. Hopefully not. So many ice cubes. Well, did you collect enough? Nope, go get more. Okay. Well, I guess judging by the phrasing that, I just need to get the chips from those in this area. So there's one more I need to get. Assuming I don't need to get all of the codes. Which would be insane. Theoretically, there's just one virus in this area that I need to get. It's squished, you dumb little invisible, eh? I got a sword from that. 4,000 setting, very nice. None of you are who I need to fight. I will admit I was not expecting to see 3 Matars in this area. They're gonna die right quick, though. I tell you what. What in the gosh darn? What are these odd, wacky combination of viruses? Here's the entire Cannon family. Just to really make sure. Actually, now that I think about it. Here's the entire Matara line for some reason. Yeah, you move to me, buddy. You and your fucking ice cubes. It's slashed, you slashers. Apparently this is meant to be a rush, just that for some reason they call him a mole in the English version, which is weird. playing one-handed at the moment. Apparently it's repurposed from Mega Man Legends. Interesting. Checking something real quick. Bad fucker is somewhere in this area. Half tempted to see if you can data manip him. Looks like you may have enough to pass. What about Rush? What? Huh? I'm confused. Rush does show up in the later areas, at least, so... That's... what? Huh? I can only find it for bosses. I can't find it about Rush, though, which is really annoying. Either way, apparently we have enough to move forward, so we'll see about running into him in other areas. Ugh. You're popping down the save right here. The trick for this area is you have to get to the end in 7 battles or less. Which is a bit of a pain considering how labyrinthine these places are. So we're going to go straight to the end, and then we'll go from there. You won't be able to just stroll by this area. Avoiding viruses is the secret. One. You don't want to use this area as a hunting ground. Zeddy. Thanks. What the fuck is this? Part of me feels like that's meant to give you... There's gotta be RNG to give you a lot of Zeddy from that. Or maybe that's just meant to tempt you off the path or something, but it's right on the path. Ooh, I needed you. Oh, good, even better. You see, you're meant to play whack-a-mole with him. Or you could pop down Anubis. Also 2. Apparently this doesn't work in later games, but hey, I'll take what I can get. It's interesting that he has unique sound effects. Pop-up. Not really in a code that I want, but hey, I'll take it. By the way, that's a 2. The long and winding road. Why are you so fucking cheap? 3. Need these guys. Or... That's good at least. I may just leave this area and come back to it, considering I'm getting the stuff that I need. Okay. $5,000, that ain't not terrible, not great, but not terrible. I like how pointlessly dark and edgy and evil they make those guys look. And they're called like Silly Billy Killy or something like that. Ooh, and Cannon N. Am I going this way? Yeah, I'm going this way. Yeah, I'm going this way. Speaking of dark, edgy, and evil, what if we made a fucking cloud look dark and menacing? Oh, thanks for the Zenny. Slowly working our way back. Oh good, I need you. Didn't give me the chip I needed, though. Thunder! Thunder! Proceeds to use the area as a hunting ground. And as if to spite you, they put something else that you need right at the beginning. That's right, it's Magic Man, but now even worse. You have a giant skull, you menace. Your beard makes you look like a mouse. Actually, that might be the point. I don't know, you got these weird antennas sticking out of his head. And that's base Magic Man taken care of. Let me just update excuse test. Okay. And once we have the other chip I need, we'll look into data manipulating Magic Man. Oh, hello there. Well, time for you to die, sir. Oh, well, I did not expect you to die quite that quickly, but hail to you bastard. As if out of spite, he dropped only Zenny. Oh, hi. Okay, I guess I'll do this legit now. Basically, whack-a-mole. And he has his own escape chip, too. It's adorable. So many nice references to the original series. Yeah. Specifically, I need to hunt down that bagworm enemy. That's some sweet Mathempe. Wonder if that Palad bust of yore. Oh, hi. What happens if I... Yeah, you know what, I'm so sorry, puppy. Yeah, well, it gives me time to sip tea. Makes me wonder just how rare he is in the previous section if they go, okay, we don't care anymore. Either that or it's error and he doesn't actually show up in that area despite several guides saying so. Maybe instead of actually every chip, you just have to get a chip drop from every possible encounter? I don't know. The one I'm hunting does show up in the next area, too. So if we hit 9 o'clock, that is, if we go another 10 minutes without running into the thing, I'll just look into manipping Magic Man after a food break. Excuse me. And then I'll try and hunt the bagworm in the next area. So I really need to use a restroom. Please why suit to tea. Go back and buy the power-up at this point. Although I still won't be able to get all the HP mims. Mim. Mim. Oh, hi. Okay, that's V3. Still need V2. The Leaf Shield, I need rank 10 or S. That could be a problem. Especially if it only shows up solo instead of in groups. At least in this area. We'll find out. We'll see. We got 9 minutes. Knowing my luck, the Manip is going to have me enter from the upper area, not this area. Is there any fun dialogue for these areas? This is pretty deep in the net. Doubt that this area has anything to do with World 3. Oh, hi. Why do I keep encountering you? Didn't react in time because I got distracted by the area coming back. Could have put down an Anubis, but oh well. Try and get semi-legit. No bagworms inside. Been a while since I've seen a satellite. Maybe that's a good sign. Who knows? Maybe that's the one that I need to get from the rocket. It's one of the two. There's one in the WWW comp right before Magic Pan, and then one in the rocket. Surprised it took me that long to run into this guy in this zone, though, so what the heck are the odds there? Almost glad I hunted him down elsewhere, considering... Sure, you can dodge my Buster, but not a sword. A few of the chips in my folder are weaker ones. It's mostly just for the sake of code consistency, rather than strength. For better and for worse. Like, this fucking wide sword is basically useless. What else do I have in my folder that has S? Aside from Skeleton Head. I mean, 80 damage is pretty decent. But... okay, what? Not terrible, but can I replace you with anything? Yes! Oh no, it's harmonizing. I could do the waves. Do Master Sword, which is fucking terrible. Barrier, not bad. Aqua Barrier, which is, again, isn't too bad, but... a whole lot of... not a lot of great... outside of maybe barriers. Not sure how many things I'll run into with that low attack, but hey. Oh, hi. You get to live for an extra turn because I need to take damage. Okay. Somehow I got an S rank from that. Not sure how. That annoys me. I took 2 hits. I guess because it was awkward. Oh, okay. Maybe the grading for his fight is weird due to the fact that he's got viruses in here? Again, somehow I got an S rank. Help, someone stop me from succeeding. What the hell? Like, does Magic Man have a completely different thing? Is it just because of time? I'm taking several hits. Maybe I need to take my armor off. So that I'm properly flinching. That is weird. Was lucky enough to run into him twice and somehow got S ranks on both despite taking hits. I'm confused. Okay, one more encounter, and then we'll put a pause on things. And that's a big ol' sneaky snook. Okay. I am going to go and run to the restroom. And then I'm going to grab something to eat. And then we'll look into RNG Maniping Magic Man, and we'll hunt down the bagworm in the next area. As is tradition, I'm going to run an ad while I'm away, so I'll see y'all when I get back anyways. Since I'm away from my desk, you won't be missing anything. Alright, I am back. Sorry for the wait. Right. Restroom used, snackies gotten, tea sipped. Let's get back to things. Okay, let's see. This from the lower area or the upper area? The lower area. Oh, isn't that just my luck? Gosh darn it. Well, time to run back, and time will tell whether or not I end up just running into him again. Also, it looks like I was somewhat right in regards to those other viruses adding to... Oop, wrong way. Those other viruses... Oh, hi. These other viruses are, in fact, adding to the score at the end. The issue is that if you kill him when any of the viruses are still alive, they'll buff up the rank like you got a double delete. So you have to kill them first. Ah, you son of a bitch. To run all the gosh darn way back. Fortunately, it looks like this particular manip may not be too convoluted. Should've just shot him. Okay. Okay, let's see. Wait, no, it is from the upper area. Damn it. No. 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 Well. Let's do the time warp again. Okay, might not be able to... I may be able to destroy him, but I may not be able to get the chip in this area. Oh, hi. And I got a 9. Oh, and I got 2. Okay. Okay, great. I got what I needed, so I'm moving on anyways. Which way was I going? Ah, let me pull up the next map. And similar to the last area, well, area before last, always over busting level 4 in this area. Hard to get through here, eh? You'll always have to fight to the best of your ability. I don't know why I made him sound like a Minnesotan, eh? Oh, hi. My apologies, Pupper. Another one. It'd be hilarious if there was just nothing but moles in this area just to fuck you over. Oh, I almost lost that one. Oh, gosh darn you. Well, aren't you just one of the things I need? Somehow that counted as a double. Terrain 3, lovely. And that's A, so that actually replaces Terrain 2. Yay. Let me update my list. Ah, there's two of the bastards. Great. Why were you red? What? That's a weird way to end this path, but okay. Red wave. Okay. This bastard. This guy sells like the last or semi-final power-up. That is 100,000 zenny. Why? I'm at 73k. I might as well save up for it. Oh, whoops. Just in case. Tried to get a double bust on this, but that damage I took may push me away from 10. Darn it. And this random corner of the internet, we have Shadow Man. A frickin' ninja for some reason. Hi, how you doing? Try doing your ninja bullshit with less spaces to move on. I already know how this will go because he's a fucking ninja. I probably shouldn't have done that right after, because that's not gonna hit him due to invincibility frames. Oh, it actually did work on him. Fucking anti-damage bullshit. Shadow Man out to hunt his ghost. Just reset that stopwatch. Okay. Now we got 2 Shadow Man chips and that Bagworms chip. Wow, you guys move surprisingly slow. Why do you move so slow? Like, is that just an apology for earlier mosquitoes? Why are you, or is it because you do so much damage? Why are you so slow? And of course, the little bastard appears on its own. Yeah, Mayor Chip. Despite it being chaotic, what I really need is it for it to show up with that Typhoon guy again. Weird, dangerous little yellow mosquitoes. Still not sure what the difference between the bubble wraps is. Once we hit 15 minutes, I'll double check just make sure it doesn't show up in the next area too. Oh, hi. Gosh darn you. Hoist by my own petard. That was not the answer. Let's see. Of course, someone found a manip for these things. Okay. Okay, that gives me two of them. The fact that there's two of these guys. Weird. Okay. If it replaces that ship. Also, now that I think about it. One of these hero swords. That could be a problem. Wrong hero sword. This might not work now, but no. Okay, this is fine. Okay. Wait, that might be 10 too little. Oh, no. Okay, great. Didn't give the drop I needed, so let's do that again. The wonder of RNG minute. Leaf shield. That's what I needed. Oop. Okay. Now the data manip. Data man. What in the gosh darn? I know some of these setups are hilarious to watch. Okay, there it's just running down. This is not Shadow Man. Maybe I need to walk. There we go. Hello, Shadow Man. Prepare to perish. It's both cathartic and hilarious, and I'm pretty sure I already had Muramasa. But nice. Yes. I don't need that, but thanks. That's Shadow Man V2. Works well enough. It just leaves Shadow Man V3. And there's the V3. Lovely. No issues there. Okay, meaning I can take off the stopwatch for now. And into Internet Area 12. AKA Undernet... What the fuck are they called? Sorry, Internet 16, aka Undernet 12. Let me pull up the map for this. So, you made it this far. It's a shame you're wasted on the outside world. Why am I still making them sound kind of Minnesotan? This area is a little different in as much as it's just huge for some reason. Final trial awaits the true hero. If that's you, then you'll find out what that is. Thanks. Cover 200. Not really something I need. You two are something I need. Unfortunately, I didn't get Anubis, so well. Hero Sword Eye. Lovely to have another one of those. Raton 3, I don't think that was one I needed. No. Nice to have. Oh well. 20,000 zennies. I'm half tempted to go back for that last power-up. But I won't. Just one long, needlessly long trail. Oh. And rats. Just one giant square for some reason. But these guys then leave trails of fire behind them. Oh, I did need that, though. Decent area to get Zenny for the end of the game. I'd like, oh boy, a Raton 3. I really needed that. Rats. Oh, who to call to stop rats? Gets man. Maybe I need to travel farther to reset the mystery data. Unsure. Fortunately, those guys dropped their chips starting at rank 7, but RNG be RNG. There we go. One chip left to get. Now we just have to hope we get lucky enough. It's probably an RNG manip, but I'm not gonna bother. At least not right now. Let's see how durable this bubble wrap is. It does come back faster, but it still just pops. I guess it is bubble wrap. Oof, those guys did a lot of damage. Yeah. And that is where we get the life aura. Where else would we get it? Why else would I not be using that chip until now? What else were you expecting but the final top secret bonus boss that requires every other chip to get? Without introduction, without much ado, after much hassle, it's fucking base. Let's go. And he appears to have gotten something from the life virus. Great. And ow, that's a lot of damage. How did that miss you, sir? Pain, Pekka. And now, just so that I'm not hunting him the entire time. I need to be on the ground. Stay on bosses that are easier if you just don't bother engaging with the pattern. But good luck not engaging with the pattern. Okay, that's a little weird, but I guess that works. How many hero swords do you have in your folder, my dude? What the fuck? Means I'm not going to be able to do anything to him the first round, but... Oh. Does mean I can give a royal poison pain in his ass. Oh god. Okay. That does a lot of damage. That is flash and die. I swear I remember reading something about that being borderline hit scan. Oop. I misread that. Like, you think patterns like that would be very simple, but they're very easy to misread. I think I need to walk up to do that. Go. Or not. Finicky fuck. One tick. Is he running the entire way? Yeah, he's running the entire way. Yes, I was managing to trigger it a slightly different way, but hey, that works. Either that or I just got lucky in this instance. You just do not have time to react to that. If he gets that off, you are dead. You need to have something that can stun him with it. Oop, I screwed that up. Let's see if I get anyways. Aha. Great. That did not stun him out of that. I may screw that up again because I didn't quite turn in time, but hey. You can see why he's a bonus super boss. He fucking sucks. Pain. I refuse to mess with my folder. I will use what I've got. I'm managing to dodge into the damn thing. Thanks, Rhetoric? Question mark? Should have gotten distracted. Ah. It's questionable to say I'm the only person you've ever met on Twitch, considering you're part of Sean's community. Maybe I should put some more heal chips in my folder. I was expecting that to... I was expecting that to cancel the attack, but I guess it doesn't cancel if it's already started. Well, I'm glad that hit. I have no idea how to engage with that particular pattern. That's just random nonsense go. Gosh darn you. Literally as soon as I exited a chip selection screen. Haha, toodaloo. I'm half tempted to pause buffer that attack to try and dodge it. Because I can't think of any other way to consistently try and dodge that mess. Even pause buffering. I think pause buffering is about the only way to go. That is near frame perfect dodging. I was dodging ahead myself there. It's like I can't dodge on diagonals. Okay. Theoretically, I could go back, change out my chip folder, mess with stuff, or take advantage of the RNG manipulation. I just refuse to out of principle. I have gotten this far, I have my folder. If I'm RNG manipulating, I'm going to use what the manip has given me. Managed to misread that not once but twice in a row. Gosh darn. That might have been the attempt. I'm down to 400. It's like there is no vibe-based dodging for this attack. Like, it shouldn't be that hard to process, but it's like when you're already dealing with all the other nonsense. It's just fast enough to fuck you over. Pause buffering is a hallmark of the Mega Man series anyways. I thought the attack was over. Oh. Well, thanks for getting in the way of that attack there, base. I was only half paying attention there. Didn't realize what attack he was pulling out. Oh, I forgot to take off the short break text. Well, it doesn't help that none of the, It doesn't help that none of the chips in what it give me It doesn't help that none of the chips it gives me are of the same code. Get on. Okay, I'm going to try something. I won't change the order directly, but I will try and sort by these. I will allow myself that. I'll try twice each with each of those sorts. Yeah, I'm not terribly surprised it's not letting me do that nonsense. I'd have to set it up. I'd have to set it all back up. I think I slipped a little too far there. Maybe using float shoes is actually about one of the best things he could do in this scenario. Or rather, him using that attack is one of the best things he could probably do in that scenario. Victory! And the bastard gave me Zeddy! Like, on one hand, that is a huge amount of Zenny. On the other hand, that's not enough to buy what we need. But yeah, that's right, you can beat the bonus boss, and it's still an RNG chance of him dropping his chip. Oh. I'll take it. And we'll set it back up. Pain. I'm gonna add an addendum. There. Okay, let me look at how to set this thing back up again. Is it right and then left or just right? Just right. Well, that's a spicy meatball to start with. I was actually expecting that to... No, I'll take it. Hey, Base, I have a gift for all the pain you've given me. And he walked on it. City again! I left Buster Max on by accident. Oh well, I was literally just one hit away from killing him, so that's fine. The eternal struggle. Yep. Well, that's a shame. Should've just left the Anubis do its job. Didn't realize that putting down the grenade would have turned it off. Ugh. Nope. Even with better chips, still a pain in the ass. That's different. This is fine. Gradually learning how to deal with this, damn it. I mean, this is certainly making my late game money grind easier, but what the fuck? Like, I don't need to S rank the guy, right? One moment. No, it's literally just anywhere between rank 4 to S. I'm just getting really unlucky with the drops. We'll come back to ID. We'll see what Alphabet gives me. It seems familiar, but not in a great way. Oh, this is not a good place to be standing. Damn it. Oh, we're beating him with this loadout. Oh, this guy hurt. I can't dodge that at this point. See if I can button mash quick enough. No, I cannot. Fortunately, much like the life virus, he shares a weakness, and as much as he lets his guard down when he busts out the big moves. I keep wanting to go to the lower left corner for that attack, but that is not where you go. Right off of hit points. Ow. Lucky me, he did the attack that rolled out from him that time. Oh, this could be a problem depending on where I just tried to move. I was not expecting a figure 8 pattern. He had to be standing in that row. Wonder if that was RNG or intentional design for him to hide behind it. Pain. Did not mean to put that on my field. I probably screwed that up. I have no idea how you're meant to dodge that. Got the pause buffer wrong. Gosh darn it, so close. Even pause buffering, that particular one. Figure 8, doable. Giant insta-frame, dodge a specific area, doable with pause buffering. The rolling attack, I don't know. Okay. Barely. And we've got it! Collection complete. Acquire all chips, including download chips, for some reason. Oh, finally, Life Aura. This little beauty does exactly what it says on the tin. Negate all attacks with damage less than 100. Oh, delicious, delicious. Granted, Base is probably one of the few who can regularly do attacks above 100, aside from, like, the late-game viruses and Unless you're going into PvP, where this thing might as well probably be banned. Even better in later games, because there are panels that have damage, so you can theoretically get this thing to block up to 200 damage. Either way. Done. 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 176 chips. Base, Shooterman, Ferroman, Sharkman, Skullman, Woodman, Magic Man, Bomb Man, Luck Man, Color Man, Ice Man, Stone Man, Number Man, Fireman, Proto Man, Guts Man, Roll, Life Aura, Wood Aura, Fire Aura, Aqua Aura, Leaf Shield, Bubble Wrap, Barrier, Iron Body, Pop Up, Drop Down, and Viz, Fast Gauge, Slow Gauge, Buster Punch, Buster Sword, Buster Bomb, Buster Guard, Rock Cube, Ice Cube, Anubis, Candle, Lock On, Remobit, Dynamite, Mine, Cloud, Cloudier, Cloudest, Cloudiest, just Cloudest, Time Bomb, Repair, Interrupt, Escape, Geddon 2, Steal, Recover, a lot of them, Iron Shield, Met Guard, Hammer, X-Panel 1, X-Panel 3, Body Burn, Drain, Snake Egg, Cyclone, Hurricane, Typhoon, Ring Zap, Thunder, Gaia, Big Wave, Red Wave, Wave, Ratan, Tri-Lance, Tri-Spear, Tri-Arrow, Howitzer, Dash, Ice Punch, Guts Punch, Quake, Wood Tower, Aqua Tower, Fire Tower, Dino Wave, Sauna Wave, Shock Wave, Muramasa, Elect Sword, Aqua Sword, Fire Sword, Hero Sword, Night Sword, Fighter Sword, Long Sword, Wide Sword, Big Bomb, Cross Bomb, Little Bomb, Mini Bomb, Heater, Bubbler, Spreader, Cross Gun, Shotgun, M Cannon, High Cannon, and the Humble Cannon. We are fucking done. And I have 152 Zenny. Which coincidentally is still only about like a quarter of what you need to buy all of the HP memory and power-ups. Fortunately, you don't need to get those. That is Battle Network 1. Mission complete. It only took me 25 hours and 7 minutes. Unfortunately, I don't get any extra star. This game only has a 1 star. But that is victory. And now at 11 p.m., where I normally get off work, I will indeed call it quits and get a well-deserved rest. Plan on hanging out with Lily tonight. Hopefully her stream is going well. I may go and raid Coco, depending on how many people are in chat at the moment. Excuse me. Stretchies. Not sure what we're doing for Valentine's Day next week, aside from doing more Fallout New Vegas. I guess I'll get started on Battle Network 2. Of course, there's also Princess Shadow Rose's Battle Network 3 tournament. Stay tuned for information on that as we build stuff back up and figure out scheduling. For now, good night, everybody. Almost 5 hours on the dot.